You got first, Todd. You sly fox. Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch!
Doopy-doo-boo-doo.
Move this man!
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Oh, boo you.
Oh my God.
Hi, Autonet. Welcome in, bud.
Fucker.
You should wait to thank me.
Outain T drag off, Outain T dragon.
Welcome in. Thank you, Autonet. Welcome in. Alright, everybody. We are on prop setup. Everyone must contribute their opinions, and there is no leaving. No leaving. None whatsoever. Nope. You're here. Hi, Pooji.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
It's a great ass. I will not, Stoic. I will not stop. Dollar store bungee cords, everybody. Wonder how these will work. Todd did. Todd the Barbarian. Sorry, Todd the Bavarian. I said, hey, what's going on? No. Not Bavarian cream. What are you, some kind of pervert? Okay. All right. So we got some stuff to figure out today, everybody. And maybe if you're lucky, we'll do some 3D modeling. Don't you crickets me. Stop it. So I got some wire. I ordered some masks and they're not in. They're supposed to be in this evening. This wire is much thicker than I thought. I got some wire for sculpting. I bought this Crayola air dry clay, everybody, because it had good reviews and it was cheap. The air clay that I made, Stoic, I didn't like. And apparently this feels more like clay. So we'll see how that goes. And it air dries. Yeah, hopefully. This 5-pound tub was only like $10. So I decided to get it. And then I got wire to sculpt shit around for like structure. Hola! How are you, Pickles? Alright, so... Is that aspect ratio fine? I could just manually measure it. So I tried to make the aspect ratio of the camera about what we're going to be painting on. I think that's approaching... It should be a 2:3 aspect ratio. What the fuck is Planet Zoo? Never even heard of it. Building a zoo. What about just buying one? All right, so everybody, who needs to go over the plan? I mean, I've showed it before, Pickles. This is a mannequin. We'll see. Just nobody report me. All right. This is the mannequin's hand, by the way. All right. You better not, Maddie. You better not. All right, so does everybody know the plan, what we're trying to go for? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. Okay. All right, fine. So, we need to work on placement and look. Because if this doesn't look right to me, I'm not going to paint this if I don't get the right look, right? What I'm trying to do, I'll see if I can do this without balance and form. Yeah, 10's not bad, Silver. All right, so I have this light right here. What I would like to do is project. Wow, that has a lot less resolution than I expected it would be. To do a shadow. Oh, God. Is it that bad? Wow, that's really dissipated light. What I wanted to do is get a shadow of the hand looking like it's grabbing the mannequin's ass or going for the mannequin's ass. Right? So, like, it's hard to do this in frame. But, like, you know, like in shadow going for the ass. Something like that, right? In shadow. But that light is really dissipated, huh? How do I fix that? Correct, Stoic. Like Nosferatu. We're like the shadows acting on its own. Is it because of this light? Hold on. How much light do we have bouncing all up around this place? We just have, okay, so it is just this one light that's really hitting everything. So I have the one in the corner on them. That's just a tiny, like, you know, I got one right there, right next to my monitor. See that, like, standing thing? That's the light over there. I have the lights. I got a light, like, right up in my yacht here. Here, let me turn on, okay, wait, hold on. Turn that back on. No, I have not. That's what we're partly doing this this stream for. How you doing, Sean? So right now on this scene, I only have this light right here on a tripod, but it seems like it's spreading the light out so you can. Oh, so you can see it's just one of these type of lights. But maybe I have to focus it more. Let me fix it. Oh, all right. be darker over here now. That's okay. All right. So let's see if I can cast it. See, the thing is, it's too close. Let's see if we go from farther away. Okay, we get a little bit more. So I have to lower this a little bit more, I think. Yeah. That's true. We can see if what we get. So like. Okay. So directionally. See, now we get. Now we get a little bit of a shadow form. What if I moved in closer? It dissipates more than farther back. Okay. So the problem is when you're up close, I think I see it has to be farther away. How do I hold a hand up there from this far away, though? Let's get this in a better position, too. So, like, I want the ass to be on the right side. I would want the ass to be on the right side of the... So, like, there... It's a great ass! Think of what you're seeing here. Think of what you're seeing here as the whole canvas. It's going to be something close to this aspect ratio, right? Do I just want the ass popping out? Do I want more? Is that better? Should we see a little side boob? The mannequin doesn't have to be red either. Right there or like this? How the hell am I going to hold up this hand though? Might be tasteful. It might be. Hand on head. Well, let me try. What should I attach this fucking shit to? No, we're gonna try and put this hand, create a shadow with this hand for now to make it look like it's going for the ass. That's the plan as of right now. That's the first thing. We gotta get this. The premise of this whole thing is first the Nosferatu shadow thing. But what should I use to hold this shit up? I can't put it on this mic stand because I have my microphone on here. Okay, I have a little idea. I do. I just gotta figure out how I'm gonna attach it. And I think I'm gonna use I have this guy. Nope, odorous. They know what they did. They're staying. Okay.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god, a raid! What's up, Octopi? Okay, I gotta tape this shit on here. No, you can leave the pants off. Son of a bitch! Amanda.
Oh my god!
Anonymous. What did you raid into? We're trying to set up my new painting, okay? So I have my props out like here, and we're trying to set up what I'm painting next. Because I'm a vile pervert. Okay? Welcome in, Octopi. What did you do? Post your links before I burn this place to the ground. I need duct tape, huh? I need duct tape. Well, a skeleton's gonna be a voyeuristic cock. I bought a mask that kind of looks like Stephen Miller. It should be in later today. And I'm gonna put that mask on them. They're gonna be in lower lighting. So we also have to block off the light that, like, I have to block off the side of the light. I have to, you know, put the cuck in more shadow too. Drawing my mods, baby. Oh, awesome. That's cool, Octopi. Hola, monoligus. Goddamn anonymous. Striking again. Okay, I need duct tape and a dowel. I need duct tape and a dowel. So let's... We're gonna move it over there right now so you don't see me walk past the camera. Good. Good. Everyone go check out Octopi's link. Good. The snow by me, Maddie? We didn't get snow. We just got really cold. Did I get a hype train for a gift sub? Nope, I didn't get snow, Maddie. It got to like negative 10. Without wind chill. Ubuntu? We don't talk about Linux here. Alright, 1 second. Let me grab this dowel in the duct tape. I said, hey, what's going on? And I said, how you doing, Jan? All right, back to our setup. Don't you dare report me. All right. I use cinnamon mint for a little. All right, good. Thank you for the bits, Mono. All right. So we got duct tape. We have to attach this. This will probably give me the most freedom. Like that, maybe. Let's do this. Oh, right, Jan. Like this skeeves you out. This is called high art, everybody. Okay? This painting is going to be worth $1 trillion one day. You know that. I know that. The American people know that. Especially after my unfortunate assassination. Oh my god! Salt! Salt, is that 2 days in a row? You son of a bitch. Okay. I said, hey. All right, we got duct tape on that. Loot his ass! Naked octopus. Ooh. So you figured out the trick? You figured out the trick, huh? All right. I'm attaching this hand.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day!
Okay, what's the best way to do this? Like this, maybe? Okay, that's pretty jerry-rigged. But what isn't? Okay. All right. Well, join a Taekwondo class, Mono. We get to break tons of boards in that. All right. So let's see if we can get this shadow working, okay? So as you can see here, because I am a mechanical engineering genius, okay, I duct tape a hand to a stick to this tripod. Okay? I'm a genius, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary folks. So let's see if we can make a shadow.
You are a genius.
Okay, I need to lower this, maybe? No? This is not working out like I wanted it to. Shit. Okay, alright, we got the start of a shadow. I'm a goddamn genius. How do I make this light more focused? Okay. All right. That's really all. If I move this, oh fucking A. If I move this light back. See, it's like not in focus enough. That looks okay. I have like goddamn tripods are annoying. How do I get the resolution that I want on this? Silver Grains, are you still here? Silver Grains. Silver Grains. It's Silver Grains. Like, boy. Do you know a way to make this shadow sharper? Hi, Drez. Or if anybody knows. You fucking son of a bitch! Anonymous. Give it an... No. I'm going for, like, ass grabbing, Amanda. Going for ass grabbing. God damn it, Anonymous. I will find you. I said, hey, what's going on? So, like, if I... Is the type of light? Or if I, like... Because you can't dissipate. Is it because of the bulb? Oh, I do, Jack. I mean, Amanda. You gotta ask him to... Okay, that's helpful. Laminar flow. That's for fluid mechanics, out of net. That's not for light. I don't think there is laminar flow for light. Because I don't think light works at the same level as fluids. Thank you, Todd. So it needs to be further away. All right. All right, let's test that out. Let's move the camera. You guys look at this. Yeah, but that light's super close to him, Silver. Hold on. So the light that's being cast by that by him is that light that's like, I guess it's still like 4 or 5 feet away. It's probably about the same, but it's because the backdrop is closer. I have an idea. I know what's up. I figured it out. It's two things. It's two things, everybody. It's because the background I'm casting the shadow to is not close enough, and then the light, it needs to be farther away from the thing it's hitting. So the backdrop, it's too far away that it's casting the shadow on, so the light's dissipating enough on there to not be sharp enough. Okay. We figured it out. One sec. Worry about this positioning later. This needs to stop. What the fuck about? Jesus Christ. Where's that from? Okay. Alright. So I did two things. Okay. All right. So now, there we go. Okay. So I moved that backdrop, but so now the backdrop needs to move this way. I have two backdrops in this, okay? But so now, it still needs to be closer. Phew. I wish this could go lower. Looks like we want it like there. This will help put Ricardo and Kevin in shadow when I block off this side, but I need to... Okay, alright, next move. Hold on. We'll be... It's gonna get better every time I do this, everybody. I promise. If things just weren't... I really hate about tripods is they always seem to get, like, hit shit. Alright. Oh my god! Let's make this light a little bit more indirect.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I won't. I won't.
I be stroking.
Badly.
I don't know who's fighting or killing me yet. We're trying to create a Nosferatu ass grab. Hi, guard.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right. Next test.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Next test, everybody. Okay.
Get your hand off my penis.
What the fuck is that?
Get your hands off my penis. All right. Oh, you're seeing my chair from this angle a little bit. Okay. My blanket chair. Okay, so... Now the hand wouldn't be in the shot, but think of the shadow. Think of the
Get your
shadow.
hand off my penis.
No! I will not. Hi, Garg. How's your trip? I hope you're being safe. So just think of the shadows. You know what? That's it, isn't it? That's it. Fuck. So what if I came... Okay. What if I bring the light coming from down this direction, like upwards this way, instead of coming in from the opposite bottom corner? I come in from the bottom left with light, put the hand farther back this way, but I could probably project the shadow from a different angle. Hi, Nordic. This is absurd, huh? This is a pretty absurd sight you're all seeing. I know, Nordic. You're all perverts. That probably would do it better, because I don't necessarily like... I don't like that I'm casting a shadow from Plasticia. I only want the shadow to be the hand. Is it, Garg? So you think the hand needs to be... Yeah, the hand does need to be bigger, doesn't it? Well, we're working on one problem at a time, Odorous. I can work on the strength... I can't do that at this... It's pointless to do that at the same time as figuring out my... how to cast the shadow. You know what I'm saying, dog? But what do I attach? Fair enough, Odorous. Odori. I need... Okay, wait. I got that. Oh, fuck. shit. What happened? Okay, all right. What happens if I move this light around to the other side? Okay. All right, the light. Okay, I think I. Oh, the hand is too small, isn't it? I would eat that sandwich out of it. I have not. Okay, maybe I got him. Okay, all right. I want my light source to be lower, everybody. I want my lights, but this fucking tripod. Let's try and figure this out. We're gonna do a test. And then we'll figure out if I have to, took it off the tripod. So this is coming from, there we go. That hand just needs to be bigger, huh? So this is me holding the light from below. Maybe like right in the front in the middle. What if I, okay, so then I gotta maybe move that closer. That's true, Odorous. I can move the hand closer again. So let's do that. The problem is the shadow dissipates if it's too far. The shadow dissipates too much if it's too far. Let's get this back in approximate. See that's the problem, is see how it gets too unclear? The hand loses definition as we move it farther away. Those kids are done for. Right now it just looks like a blob. Unless I move, no, so. Fuck me. Oh, did he, Odorous? See, like, if that had definition, I want that size. With, like, a creepy hand. So, fuck. What's that, Nordic? Hi, Nordic. You have a large magnification lens that you can put in front of your lamp? No, I do not. Alright, so the problem we have, to cast a defined shadow, the prop needs to be closer to the backdrop, right? The light also needs to be very powerful to create the strong shadow. I also have to block it from the perverts in the corner. Oh, what the hell, Nordic? You son of a bitch. Damn it! I did miss that. Put your bare ass next to the light, it'll act as a reflector. That is true. I have what they call a farmer's ass. Idea. I have a great ass! One time at a football camp, at a college football camp I went to, a coach in front of everybody said I had a great ass. During pass blocking drills. No, it's not flat. I have a voluptuous ass. Hi, Monica. You're a... Fine, you're a person of a bitch. Nordic. I have a great ass. It's been documented. Alright, so... Fucking A, what just fell? Okay, so... What am I being told here? I need to figure out how to concentrate the light. I would need reflectors then? Or like a white... Would a white tube do it? Around the light? So it reflects off the white into a singular direction? Can you make them clap? Never tried. I don't think... Probably not. I don't have a flabby butt. Flabby's the wrong word. I just did sports all my life, Jan. That is kind of the case, Monica. And I can actually prove it. In person, at least. Glucose guarding, that's a good one, Nordic. You're talking about the barn doors, odorous? They have, yeah, could do something like that. I mean, all right, so let's test out. I have the black aluminum foil. Exactly, Secretary Monica. Okay, should I get some of that black? Should I try and let's see if I could just block off the light and focus it in a single direction. Maybe that will help. I said, hey, what's going on? Okay. No worries, Dia. All right. So I have this aluminum. For anyone who doesn't know, it's black aluminum foil that you use for lights because it won't melt like and start a fire like cardboard or plastic can. I forget what it's called. The shit was kind of expensive, but it's reusable. Okay, so I guess that does help, huh? Hold on. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Does that... Did that actually help? In person it does. But I need the light to be strong. I need the light like twice as strong as this. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'll mute it the next time I play around with that shit. I'm sorry about that, everybody. I don't want to do something that actively annoys people just for the sake of annoying them. This is like a big lumens light bulb, too. Fucking A. How do I solve this? You like the crinkle? Snap, crackle, and pop. I can get another one over here and point at this, but then they can't point from the same exact direction. I know, but there are circumstances. God, I need like a light that's like twice as powerful than this, huh? Do I order a light bulb that's just crazy high lumens? That doesn't so okay. Okay, let me try one other thing too. We're gonna move the hand lower. Could be a flat. Well, it's just a matter of the flat. It's just a matter of the bulb, Maddie. So you can get a bulb that just consumes more electricity. That will give me, you know, twice the lumens, right? I don't know if it's linear like that, but just as an example. All right, I'm gonna move the hand lower. All right, so let's check again. This. What the fuck did I just drop? Oh, okay. Okay, so hand is okay. That's, but you barely see. I see it more than you all do. See, that's kind of interesting. But the light just needs to be more powerful. So I don't even know if I have to change the shape of the hand. It's just, I think if the light was like 2 times more powerful. Fuck. Because this, I have the right size. Yeah, there we go, like that. But the light, I need it to be like really... Yeah. Okay. So what have we learned here, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary folk? This light needs to be stronger and more focused. I'm gonna crinkle a little bit.
Oh my God!
I'm crinkling. Oh, come on! God damn it, Anonymous. Well, thank you, Monica. That was sweet. Okay. So you can see that we can get the hand size that we want, regardless of the hand. But the problem is definition. And I think we could do that with the stronger light. So I think I have to order a bulb that's like at least double the lumens of this one. I would say at least double. But I think we can do that. As in, I think it will work. I don't have a flashlight. This light bulb, the light bulb that I have on here, everybody, is pretty fucking strong. I don't have one of those super powerful flashlights though, but it needs to be plugged in because it's also going to be up for like, you know, I don't know, how long will this painting take me? 12 hours? 13 hours of work? Plus some. This is pretty directed mud. I have the shit around it. So this is, you know, it just doesn't reflect. Maybe if these were reflectors. I mean, because the black absorbs light, right? It doesn't, yeah, black absorbs. So the problem is it's not reflecting all the light that it's generating. Do they, Auda, not? Would are you in my Discord, Auda? And if you are, would you mind posting or putting that in general discussion? So this is like, okay, hold on. I'm crinkling. Well, we're kind of figuring that out right now, Mud. Is that the background needs to be closer for a crisper shadow. We know this, right? But I don't necessarily need the crispest shadow. What I do need, though, is a really strong light contrast on that background. It's not that weird, Richards. Damn it. I absolutely have salt. Oh, nice, Nordic. That sounds fun. Okay. All right, so I think I figured out what I need to do with this, but I am fairly satisfied with this combo that I can achieve. So if I get a stronger light bulb, maybe I'll even order one that's like 3 times brighter, knowing that I could kind of reduce it if I need to. Because I think this is only like one of those, like, I think it was like a 150 to 200 lumens neutral light bulb, but it only used like 20 watts. If I can get a like 50 watt fluorescent bulb, that would probably do the job. The problem is I don't think I could use more than one light on this because of the space I have available. Take a deep breath and I get real high. Okay. I don't know how well you guys can see it on stream. It's there. It's there. It just needs to be, I just need more light. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we have the next step we need to do there. Okay. Next up, everybody, we have to figure out the cuck situation. We have to figure out the cuck situation, okay? All right, so let's move the light off of them. Okay. This is what we call in the business a cuck situation. All right. So, what do we think of the placement? Okay. What do we think of the placement of the cucks? I will say Ricardo is going to have a creepy It's like a bald man's rubber mask, a bald white man rubber mask on. Okay. Now I could put Kevin higher. I don't know if we can set a specific light source, Richards, but I know I could create the models and you could put them into Blender and create a light source. You can create light sources in Blender. I could create the model for all of them. You can in Rhino? Okay. Good to know. Is that the type of lighting? Okay, all right. First off, should Kevin be sitting higher, everybody? You think he should be behind his shoulder? Well, remember, I'm thinking about putting a camera in Kevin's hands. I've collected it from thrift shops, Amazon, from looting jaywalkers that I beat up. Kevin is the little guy, Monica. Oh no, Kevin cannot. That's why Kevin has the camera. Okay, let me raise Kevin up. Well, yeah, that's a fair point. Do I need to adjust focus again? What if I... Son of a bitch! Hold on. I got an idea. Okay. So I lowered the camera a smidge. Does that help, Salt? No, Kevin Gamblin is, he's from Kentucky. Just don't go up there right now. I'm busy, PBJ. Hi, Sashi. Setting up a 3D printer scroll, missing a hand. Excellent. Good to hear, Aka. You think... Well, I want them to be, like, I need them to be off in the corner like they're just watching. That's what I'm going for. Everyone from Kentucky dresses like this, Richard. Yeah, okay. I mean, could I get him in focus? That doesn't help. That doesn't help. No, I don't. He'll probably look like this in the painting. Okay, let's let me change some lighting. Let me change some lighting then. Let's change some lighting. All right, let me fix some stuff. 1 second. What can I set this fucker on? What can I put them on to raise them up a little bit? Too much. I'm gonna raise him like 7 inches off the ground. I'm gonna set him on a box. I'm gonna set him on a box. Change the light a little bit. It's not holding very well. Okay. Let's see how this. Move them more to the left. I know you're dealing with camera focus issues. Now, if Kevin was holding a camera, what do we think? Now, their background would be black, by the way. The whole background would be black. Okay, let's try moving him closer then. Look at the dark Hosho Ryu. God damn it. Everything is stuck on everything, yo. Goddamn skeleton head stuck. Good enough. Remember, the skeleton head is going to be a creepy rubber dude's mask. The painting is going to be a 36 by 24, Mud. I don't know if it needs both cucks, but I had the idea of Kevin holding a camera. I don't like his placement right in front of the other of Ricardo Cuck. Like your blurs, whatever's in the front, it looks like there's a bigger separation between them. So it can be larger. I mean, I could do that. I could just do Kevin on his own. up, like farther up, and leave the skeleton. I can move the skeleton back like 6 inches. And move Kevin up and move Kevin more to the left as well. What do we think of that? So what if I keep Kevin the same distance, move him to the left, and then move the skeleton back about 6 inches? I could put the pillow behind him to make him sit more upright too. Take a deep breath and I get real high.
Oh my god!
Son of a bitch, Anonymous. Echo. Alright, let's move that around. Okay. Let's try and do this in an easier way than I've been doing it. Let's bring the pillow over there. Don't you thank them, PBJ. Don't thank them. They're evil. What the fuck happened here? That's what happened here. I don't think that bungee cord sucks. They're very evil. Alright, moving Ricardo back about 6 inches. Moving Kevin to the left and turning him slightly. Readjust lighting. Okay. God, this is such a normal thing to do. Okay. Okay, I moved Kevin way too far out, huh? Because I didn't move the tripod at all. Is that like this? Okay, wait, there we go. What about that, everybody? So, like I said, we're going to have the hand shadow in the middle. Surely you can't be serious. I do like how menacing he looks there with the hands up. Is it, PBJ? What do you mean by a dynamic sightline? What is a sightline? Don't forget, we're going to have a big shadow. Okay. Like... Remember, we're going to have, like, you know, a big shadow here. Right? And then the cuck's in the corner and the silver spoon. The line from the eye to the eye's subject. But I guess I'm working on 3 different subjects on this. The size of the subjects is better. I think the cucks are better positioned right now. I could look at that momentarily out in that. So now, this is a sumo propaganda stream, Monica. Sorry, I missed that. So, like, all right. So I'd say one problem is that with the black background, Ricardo cuck is, you're not going to be able to tell it's clothes. It's just going to be floating heads. I think everything is a little across the middle to me. So that's like the sight line that Odorous is referring to. But what if the shadow, what if the hand shadow mud was up higher? So what if the hand shadow was above Ricardo's head? If you made a horizontal line from Ricardo's head, the shadow was above that in the center. Well, this is the frame, Monica. I tried to put the aspect ratio of the canvas I'm working on as what you see right now. So all of this would be in the canvas. You get what I'm saying? The cook's in the corner in the silver spoon. It might be a little bit less wide than this. I mean, I could make Plasticia's ass bigger. I could move Plasticia closer. Is that something we would want? Little boy blue and the man on the moon. All right, let me okay, I gotta go to my other mouse to get Discord over here, so one second. Slightly more to the right. Well, all right, so you're also leading me to another thing I was considering. Salt. Is... this guy, okay. So let me look at what Mud said first, actually. And out of net. Lighting suggesting blocked out room, single point cold light source. What the fuck is this? Yeah. But see, the thing is that I'm working with perspective here. So, to get the, like, I can't, I mean, maybe I could rely on that as the only source of light on the cucks in the corner. Maybe out of that. Let's look at what Miranda said. Yeah. Well, so, all right. Well, yeah, so that's what I'm kind of doing out of net, right? So, let's do this. I got ads starting in a minute. I was thinking of putting a blue gel. Yeah, so the shadow would have to show on top of Plasticia. All right, think about this, though. We have a red Plasticia. We have a white light shadow. I can even make the light cold. I can get a cold bulb for the center shadow. And then I could put a blue gel on the light on the cucks. So we're also working with a red, white, and blue. Think about that, because remember, I'm putting a bald white man realistic mask on Ricardo. in the corner. So we could also add a red, white, and blue motif to this. All right, commercials are starting. I'm going to take a quick break because I have to use the shitter. Okay, so we'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Oh my God!
Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. It happened. It finally happened, everybody. Thank you, Outernet, for the gifted sub. Thank you. So, Mud, or in Outernet, and Odorous. Oh my god! Amanda! Oh, nice, Todd. That's a good move. Okay. So, should All right, testing out. Did anyone think about the red, white, and blue motif? All right, Pickles didn't. Okay. Good work, Pickles. You're a sweet little angel. I'm surprised you didn't, though, with your rampant patriotism, Pickles. I do, too. Okay. So what I mentioned before, okay, is I could put a blue gel over the cucks in the corner. We have red plasticea, a big white shadow, right? Like the light for the shadow in the center will be white. And then I could do a blue gel over the cucks. Your third's even better at the intersections. Yeah. So, Mud, do you think I should put something in that upper... So what if the hand shadow, Mud, is in the upper third in the center? Upper third at the intersection of the top and second. I could also make plasticea bigger. I can move plasticea closer. Should we make plasticia's ass bigger? You think so, Maddie? Okay. Because I can move plasticea closer, right? And it would emphasize, I guess, a more intimate viewpoint, right? They're just going to be larger. We lose side boob, though. We'll probably lose some side boob, or majority of side boob if we do that. I don't know how important the side boob is to this. That's true, Stoic. This is true. I mean, all of our booties can't be as stoic as yours. Well, Monica, I'm putting the hand shadow is going to be there. So, once again, we're going to have like... You guys don't see, because the light's not strong enough, but in that center, there's going to be like a Nosferatu strong shadow. The shadow is black on black. Do you think that's going to black with like a strong light fading to black is bad? Like I'm not. This is not me saying you're wrong. I would like to hear more elaboration on why that doesn't, like, why you wouldn't like that. All right, so you added more. And the cuts and the crown and the silver spoon. Okay, so you particularly don't like the distance. Well, see, Mud, though, can you imagine the shadow on the upper middle boundary of the top? The hand shadow is there. So you think if I made the problem is I don't have... How would I do this? So what background color do you think it should be, Monica? Like a neutral gray? Like a lighter mid-tone neutral gray? Well, I'm asking you what you would do, because I would need to figure out those logistics, and I value your opinion. All right, let's test out making Plasticia a little bit bigger. This way. Okay. Fuck. Shit. Goddamn mushroom. Get you out of the way. Okay. Would you be willing to post a snapshot of that in the Discord for me right now? If you don't mind. Hi, Omizu. Okay. Thank you. All right, so I moved Plasticia forward a little bit, and I moved the two. I moved the two perverts. I moved Kevin to the right, closer to horizontally to Plasticia. I moved Ricardo slightly to the right a little bit too. Maybe I gotta move the camera view a little bit more, like this. Or, see, we can change it like this, everybody. Maybe that's a better angle. They won't be cut off from that background. So think about this also, how we can... You want Ricardo to be higher? I can do that. I can do that. I could probably get him up 4 or 5 inches. One second. I got a pillow over here that he could sit on. Fuck. Shit. Oh my god, why is everything getting stuck on everything? Pants are falling down.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
What should I do? Our birds' heads are falling off.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining. All right, I'm in a very delicate spot because I don't have any. Let's see how weird this looks. I didn't strap him down. And he's leaning now. Okay, let's just show you.
Oh my God.
Okay, what about this? Okay. Fuck. God damn it. Ghosts! We have ghosts! Better, closer, warmer. Okay. I got bungee cords. Let me look what Monica wrote. See what I mean? It's always lighter background to make. So Monica, do you think they did that with a neutral tone background and then a bright? I think they just did that through, I don't know. Because it's just, if they don't have any light, so they just controlled their lighting a little bit better. Hi, Mono. Like, I see exactly what I mean. I'm trying to get that definition, so maybe the background needs to be lighter for that absence of light to be more effective. So I could probably find like a dark neutral gray, like bring it up like a tone, like 2 steps, and use those as my backgrounds instead of just pure black. Oh, this is interesting. Isn't this fun, everybody? Isn't it cozy? And then this is going to turn into a murder mystery when you hear somebody murder me. And then they say, hi, I'm Jan. This is just a setup stream, Omizu. And then you hear Maddie's voice. That's what this is turning into. All right, let's go fix. I'm going to move Ricardo up like 6 inches and then try and restrain him a little bit. Oh my God. No, I love this shit. Stoic, this is dynamic problem solving. This is what I fucking live for. You up 6 inches. Time for the bungees. Stress on that. I feel like that's gonna break something possibly. Come on. Okay. All right, let's see how this turned out. Well, you know what I do, Monica? Monica, for that red background, I found a tablecloth that was like 8 foot by 6 foot for like $7. So I was using tablecloths, and I think I'll be able to find a neutral gray, a darker neutral gray. Do you call them tidy whities? Yeah, that could work, Monica, too. It's tidy whities, like with a mud. You are correct. Tighty, not tightly. Tighty. No, it's not tidy. From what sorry, Maddie, at least where I'm from, it was tighty, not tidy. Maybe it changes with location. I do know what you're talking about. I was able to get a cloth one for that. You remember I did the red background for Hell? That was a red tablecloth that I got off of Amazon. Okay. How about this, Mud? As in snug, correct, Shasta. I think it was a Maddie thing, Mud. Now, the only reason he's angled like that is because of a bungee cord that I have up there that you can kind of see. Do we even care to think about doing the blue gels on the cucks? The noose would not be in the painting, Shasta. Do we even care to try the blue gels on the cuck light? Well, because the shadow I do for the hand... Well, let me think about this, because if I'm doing this brighter neutral, need it for contrast, right? So color is... Yeah, I just need a gray. I just need a darker mid-tone gray tablecloth. Like I said, like 2 shades would probably be enough. All right, let me put the blue up there really quickly, all right? We'll see what we think about this. This is just a test. I'm not attached to the blue thing yet, but I do like the allusion to the greatest country in the world, France. Australia isn't red, white, and blue. Right? They're green and yellow? Green like a warm yellow? Where is it? That's it. Oh wait, it is. It's right. I'm thinking of their sports colors. That's not their flag colors. That is true, Shasta. You got it. Read, Richards. Just stay up here long enough to work, please. Okay. Well, the cups in the corner and the silver spoon. Okay. What do we think? Yeah, that's a good idea, Monica. I could do another blue layer. Lacks conviction. All right. I have another blue gel layered on top. Where's this bounce light coming from? It's coming from that. That's what it's also fucking with this. Okay. We were also, I wasn't blocking out the ass hand light well enough, so now take a look at it. Because originally I had this light kind of like this, as you could see. So now... I could make that light stronger, Mud. But I do kind of like them being in the shadows, especially if I have the strong hand light. But what it's telling me is I really need that stronger light bulb for this. For the ass hand. Lacks cuck fiction. Good one, PBJ. Does it, Stoic? I did not know that. No, the blue dudes aren't groping the red woman. There's like they're watching another person do... In this context, what's supposed to be implied is somewhat of an evil act. Yes, they're watching the groping like pervert cucks, like Stephen Miller would. Yeah, that is true, Monica. I have to get there. So, Mud, you know what I could do? Mud, you know what I could do? Is I could do an upwards light to have them cast a shadow into that upper third. So they also have a cast shadow in the upper third, which would also imply that the cast shadow in the middle is also of something of like physical origin instead of like a monster or ghost or a ghoul. Well, the cooks and the... So here, I'll try and also with this now. So it'd be like, which you can't see very well. Right, the shadow. In more definition. Yeah. Maybe we don't want all plastisia in light like this. I could make plastisia darker too. Use your phone flash and light from below. Well, the problem is the gels right now. But I think I could move that. Hold on. All right, let's just try this. Problem is you're not seeing the shadow really well, but let me try moving that light from below. Fucking shit. Jesus Christ. Tripping all over myself. I need more room.
Stop whining.
No whining.
The space between the button balls.
I'm not a nerd either. I'm a super cool, super buff, good-looking man. Keep together. Okay.
Hey, Kyle, you're being a negative Nancy. Stop it. Okay, unless you want everything
Totally normal human,
down.
thank you. All right. So you're seeing the light a little bit in the... Just imagine that light's gone. The light source. Let's try and get this back to... You can see it in the bottom left, but that won't be in there. Maybe move this a little bit more this way. Maybe a little bit closer even. So I like... Hi, Carlos. You know what I like in this viewpoint right now, though? Is we can have, like, see how there's, like, an angle from the top of Plasticia to, like, the top of the cucks? And I could probably put the shadow in line where it's, like, kind of like a you know, like a diagonal line. Nice, Todd. Hold me closer, Tony Danza. Yeah. Do you see that? I got that feeling right away when I looked at it now. At least with this iteration. A totally normal human man. I just gotta I gotta get a strong light, huh? And I need to lighten up the backgrounds. That's what we're getting from this. Oh, Bovino got demoted? Awesome. I think so too, Monica. Well, this is why I did it. I thought everybody here would, like, you know, tell me stuff in good faith. Right? Also trying to figure out, like, I'm trying to make a compelling painting, right? Don't you fucking do it, Mono. Mono, if you eat paint, I will burn this place to the ground. You also gotta realize I'm going through massive sumo withdrawals, everybody. I'm going through massive sumo withdrawals. Even higher still? I think I need to wait for that mud before I invest in it. I think I need to figure out the shadow. I think I need to figure out the hand shadow first before I do more with that. Because if the hand shadow is that prominent in like the top of the thirds, in the middle, top two in the middle, so sections 2 and 5. Nope, can't do it, Mono. Don't eat paint. Hi, Quoten Schaff. He's an American patriot and hero, Richards, who happens to dress like Gestapo SS officers. I am going through massive sumo withdrawals. Massive. Hi, Emmy. Nice to see you, Emmy. It's been a bit. Been a hot sec. We're doing a setup stream. And maybe some 3D modeling. Well, get on in here. Nice to see you. I hope you've been well. It better be quote and shove. I'm rooting for Anishki again in March so he can get that Yokozuna promotion. Trying to figure out the right one, Mud. Okay, so, all right, for my to-do list on this is I need to order a neutral dark gray I need 2 of them tablecloths. And I need a super strong light bulb. I need a super strong light bulb. Well, Shasta, my March has gotten so much busier now with sumo. I have March Madness and sumo going on at the same time. It's going to be bedlam. I think I care more about the temperature, not the CRI, and the strength, obviously. February is Olympics, yep. Okay. Does anybody else have any suggestions? Now, actually, one thought I did have in my head, Mud, and to anybody else, is... Oh, fuck. Kick the camera. Keep on kicking the camera. We have one more thing we could possibly do. I could add this guy to the upper left corner, but it's a little bit, in my opinion, too absurd. Nah, too much, right? What about an owl? What about an owl? I do have a lot going on. Or you just think not like the cast shadow, if I have a cast shadow. Or a good showing, quote and shop. So he doesn't technically have to win it to get Yokozuna, but like if he lost the playoff or he had like 13 wins, he can get promoted to Yokozuna. They don't. I don't have a turkey, Shasa. So you don't have to win 2 in a row, but 2 in a row is kind of like a guarantee. Okay. All right, the real question is, does anybody want to do SolidWorks modeling? Does anybody want to see SolidWorks modeling? No, that's what I'm saying, quote and shop. In the next one, so March, he can do well enough to get Yokozuna. Todd. Yep, he's won 2 in a row now, Mizu. I'm super stoked. All right, so we have multiple yeses for SolidWorks. Yeah, I could do that for you, Odorous Urungus. All right, we're getting SolidWorks set up. 1 second, everybody. I have to switch mics. I have to set this up. Okay, we're gonna take a 5. Well, I'm gonna mute myself. While I set up SolidWorks, everybody. So, go take several more poops. Shut up, Odorous. If I can find my mouse, Jesus Christ. We're gonna switch to SolidWorks stream. All right, well, I'll put the brakes on things. We'll see you in about 5. All right, can you hear me? Hello. All right. This is SolidWorks, everybody. This is what I worked on for like my entire career. All right, so we're making a cauldron first. Well, I will when I'm finished, Maddie. I will when I'm finished and I'm done. Okay. This is called SolidWorks. This is the most intuitive, commonly used 3D modeling software in manufacturing.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, a raid! As we're starting SolidWorks, Anthony Wheeler. We're doing SolidWorks. 3D modeling, like what I used to do, for work. Don't you boo me, Jennifer Lissy. You just missed the perverted setup. Welcome in, Anthony Wheeler. You goddamn son of a bitch.
Boo this man!
No, I worked for a long time. Nope, there's a SolidWorks, Kyle Wright, there's a SolidWorks for makers that I found out, which is for 3D printers, that you can get for $50 a year, and that's what I got. If anyone's familiar with McMaster Carr, one of my previous jobs was literally making the 3D models for their website. Get the hell out of here, Anthony! You fuck off! Alright. I guess we're making a cauldron, right? So, witch's cauldron? Okay. Easiest way to do this is with a revolve. Does anybody know how a revolve works? Son of a bitch! Who did it? Maddie. You fucker. That's right, Fugu. By the way, Odorous, do you plan on actually 3D printing this? Do you actually plan on 3D printing this? Or something you would like to 3D print? You'll see how simple it can be, Monica. You'll see how simple it can be. Uh-oh, Kevin just fell. Odorous, is this something you actually plan on, like, potentially 3D printing? Maybe, but it's probably best just to have some basic files. I don't know you could save as pretty much any file format. You gotta put it in a scene. Do you know any approximate sizes, or can you scale the sizes? Like, do I just need to be proportional, or do I need finite sizes here? You can scale? Okay, alright. That's all I need to know. Alright, we'll show you the fucking easy way to do this. Alright, so we're gonna be making a cauldron. So, right now we're sketching the profile, essentially a cross-section. I gotta get used to my new keybinds here. So, for a cauldron, we want a big ass. And we probably want a somewhat flat bottom, so we're also going to put a flat section here. I could hide these plane. I could hide that plane. All right. Goddamn right, Mud. I need to know some of this shit. But right now, imagine cutting the cauldron into quarters, and you're looking at the side of one of the quarters, and that's what we're drawing here, okay? So there's a couple ways we can do this, and we want to make sure that it's a 3 Talon feet, please. I could do 3 Talon feet, or 4. But we have to make sure. How do I want to do this? We'll do this a fun way. We want to make sure we have a fun geometry here, right? So let's see where we're at. Am I in inches? Yeah, we'll just do this. 1. 1's 2. That would be pretty big and wide. We'll do that. We'll do 1 inches. Or if you're drawing and quartering. We'll do this as 1. So right now, these are the dimensions of what I'm actually making it. And then we can position this stuff relative to each other with these things called mates on the side. So if you see, it says co-radial, tangent, concentric, equal, fixed, equal curve length. If I select both of these edges of the circle and say tangent, that means they'll just touch each other on a tangential point. So it's a way that you can locate stuff. So if I were to move this, notice how I can only move it now around the circle because of this mate. Right? There's other ways you can do it. If it's fully defined, as in you can't move it, it turns black instead of blue. Okay? So now what we're also going to do is going to put another mate on here of tangent with this line. So you can see that this line will now move sketch-wise there. Okay? So now I'm thinking on how a cool cauldron might look if I'm creating the creating the edge of it. Probably something like that. Thank you for the follow, Dirk Lawson. Okay, so now let's make this 2 inches. And let's do this one as 1.5. That would look better, I think. Too big! That's too big of an ass. That's fine. Okay. Alright, so now we can clean up this profile. Oh. I don't want power trim. Trim to closest. There we go. Don't turn blue. There we go. That needs to be bigger. Let's see how much that fucks it up. That won't work. That won't work. This should barely work. What do you think of the this is the profile of your cauldron with this edge rounded? Maybe a little bit more bulbous. Tiny bit more cake, okay. So now we can just control this with dimensions. You see that, everybody? Let's go back down to 1 here. What about that? What do you think about that? How's that ass? But we can go back and change this. So if we exit sketch now. Alright. So now what we do, they have a command called revolve boss space. And we have to select our sketch. Oh, did it? Okay. We select our sketch, revolve base, and then we have to pick the axis that it rotates around to create a solid body, everybody. Look at this. Now I don't have to do a full revolve here. Right? I could do this, I could do only 180 degrees here, which is half, right? So you can see that you can create a half, but for the sake of this, we'll do the full. Great. Now we have a solid body, everybody. God damn it, I gotta get used to these keybinds. Okay, so we have a solid body, but you're like, hey, what the hell? There's nothing in the center. This guy's a phony. He's an asshole. Well, what we can do is now sketch on this surface, or I could create a plane to sketch on, but we'll just sketch on this, because this is simple, right? He's an asshole. We'll sketch on this, all right? And we can, we have a couple ways of doing this simply, but what we're going to do is we're just going to make a hole. Okay. And we're going to line this up with the origin. What we're also going to do, hey Richards, take a look at the take a look at this for I guess we'd want it to be that, or can I select that edge? Oh, there we go. Okay. So we have, oh, God damn it. What? Son of a bitch. All right, so I selected this ring here. We have a thing called convert entities. Okay, this is a big one, so I selected this line where it's the thinnest. And if I do convert entities, it shows up on my sketch as that black line. So we know it has to be thinner than that, or else we'd cut through the thing, right? Yes, I will make it more rounded shortly, Shasta, and I'll show you how to do that. Okay? So we know that this is the max we can go, and we don't want to go close to it, especially for 3D printing it, right? So what we're going to do is we're just going to see what that measurement is. Well, actually, let's just do it the little bit more intricate way, but the safer way. I got rid of my circle. So we know that this is the max. We have something called offset entities, and we can offset from this circle, and we can figure out our wall thickness easily. So let's just do a 0.125, which would be 1/8 of an inch wall thickness, and create those lines automatically. We also need to select this and make it for construction for a reason. Okay. So now we have a hole, right, that is safely within, like it won't cut off through the wall. Exit that. We go back, we select our sketch again. Very possibly. That's in the case we do a revolve, though. We select our sketch. We don't have to do extruded cut. I think you could still do this through extruded boss base, but we're gonna go to extruded cut. And then, God damn. I gotta look up how tall. I think we were at I thought we were at, God, I wish that. I'm getting used to my hotkeys, everybody. 2.5, okay. So if we want to keep up with the 1/8 wall thickness, but on the bottom, I think we should double it. So what we're gonna do is go down 2.25 inches, and we're gonna do something else, because if we're 3D printing, this is for a safety. There's something called draft. Draft is where the sides slowly come in based upon this angle that you put here. So for what was the exact number for molding? So a molding, you can't have a perfectly flat square consistently come out of a mold. And I think it was 3 degrees total, so 1.5 on each side. Something like that, but we'll probably just go up to 2 just to be safe, because we don't need to be exact on this. So a 2 degree draft. And now we have a hole inside of our cauldron. Now, Odorous, we could... Do you want this to match the inside perfectly, or do you just want a simple hole for this? Because I could match the cutout on the inside. You want the complex hole? All right, so we'll show you how to do that. Okay, you just want a simple hole? Do you want me to show you how to do the complex hole, though? Because we could have just done it in the first sketch if we wanted. Nicholas. All right. So if I want to get rid of this, but keep it in here, there's something called suppress, which means that we can leave it in our tree and unsuppress it and suppress it to see it in the future. Yep. So I'll show you how to do the complex hole. So we're going to do a sketch on our, on this plane, the front plane. Okay, so this goes halfway through it. Okay, so we're sketching on planes, which is generally good practice. Okay, and once again, we're going to select these edges here. So notice that we can select these edges. Convert entities. Okay. We're also now just going to hide this just for our own sake. Okay. Then what we're going to do is offset entities once again. For some reason, something like that, bud. Agreed. So offset entities inside, like so. We'll just keep it. We'll just do 0.15 here. Maybe 0.2 is safer. Okay. We are also going to select these and make them for construction. For construction means that they don't account for what we're doing in the when we actually use the sketch for the action that we're doing. Okay. The one thing we are going to do here, just to be on the safe side, is we're going to find this kind of tangent point and then go straight up here, and we're not going to make this for construction. Okay. Then we're going to go to trim. Trim that. That's still for construction, so we're fine. Then we just got to close up this hole, or not, or this cutout. Like so. And then we just got to trim this off too. Is this no? Okay. Just have to make sure everything's dimensioned up. Okay. That's true. That's true, Odorous. All right, so we'll exit the sketch. Select our sketch. It's not fully defined. This is just me. I like to make sure it's fully defined. What's not fully defined? That direction is not. Okay. Now it is, I think. Nope. We could just do this with like something like this, I think. Nope. Like this. Cool. Yep, alright. We're fully defined now. Take this, it's revolved cut now, instead of extruded cut. Select this. We should also show this. Show this. Okay. So it's not showing because we need to pick our axis first, so we're going to pick the same axis. There we go. Thin feature. Why is there a thin feature? Go back to our sketch. That's the thin feature. How did that happen? I don't know. A thin feature means that it's just like a line. Now we're... Okay, we're back to defined. Okay. Select our axis. Cut out. And now we have a more complex hole. As Amy would say, we have a complex hole. So we can cut it out like this. So now you can see we have a fancy pants. We have a fancy pants hollow cauldron shape. Okay. All right. So what do we have left to do? So Shasta, remember you said you want we want to get rid of this curve, right? We could do a revolved cut again, but they actually have built-in commands called fillet. We select this and pick a proper... rotate, please. A proper number. Where is the... You get that rounded rim. It might not work because of how... We'll do this in a simpler way. Not a simpler way. I'm worried that fillet won't work with this, so we have to cut off a little bit of it. Which is a little bit of bad modeling on my front, because I assumed fillet would work. But we'll just go back. Do another sketch. And all we'll do... We're going to do convert entities again. Okay. We're doing the rim job right now, yeah. And all we're going to do... is we're going to put a circle there, which will be the equivalent to the rounded rim that we want. Okay, so Shasta, how big? Do you think that would be big enough? Like, think of this as the edge of the, like, you know, obviously we want it to come out. So, like, maybe like this? Is that, you think that would work? You want it more farther out? Or the big one? Because we can do more with this. We can make it bigger. You want the big one? Okay. Then we're gonna do this. Okay, I got the plan. Doing it a little bit more complicated than it needs to be, but that's fine. So we're just going to dimension this off. We'll say 0.4. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a box. Let's go. I guess it won't matter for what I'm planning to do. Hopefully this won't give us issues when we, I'm just going to be sloppy here. This is just the habit. Just the habit. Okay. We're going to do another revolved cut. Around. No, not you. Pick our line, our axis again. Do I not have axes? We're going to create a center axis. Reference geometry, axis. We'll move this up in the tree. There we go. Select both of these. Revolved cut. Do I have issues? There's an open line. I think it's because of this that it's giving me issues. So we're gonna fix that. Obviously. If you sell it, yes. If you just want to use it for yourself, by all means, just use it for yourself. What's wrong with my dimensions? Who cares? We're just going for visual. I don't need to... God damn it. Press Control, not Shift. Revolve cut. Just holding down the axis. Okay. So now we have that, but we can make this bigger. We can make this bigger. We have the technology, everybody. Sounds good. So let's make it bigger. So what we'll do is this. I have a plan. Convert entities. Make this for construction. Big ol' lug. Mention this out. It might not like this sharp corner that results here, but we'll fix that. All right, we'll just go to this. Is why the hell not? Okay. We're gonna revolve this circle. It keeps on... It's so weird that it keeps on going to that one and not the axis. The axis of evil that I have. Why is it doing this? Haven't seen that before. We're just gonna revolve and join. There we go. Okay. So see that we got a bigger ass on this. Now I suspect that if for 3D printing that this sharp edge down here, the sharp and flat edge would be a problem. Okay. So I'll show you that where we just do this. It's called fillet, and what it does is it creates a radius, what we call in the biz a radius. That's what's causing this issue. Let's get out of here. Because I can't rotate for some reason I'm doing that. So radius is just a curve. In manufacturing, we hate sharp lines. I didn't want that, just the edge. Does it not preview? Oh, that's why. Well, preview. So that's the preview. See how it rounds it out now? It's just the command. And now we have a more makeable thing. The curve hate is real, very much so. On the bottom, it's fine. See, on the bottom, this flat, you know, the flat of this ass is fine for making. When it's this interior one, it becomes a lot more difficult. Okay? When I was working in CNC, we would make those 0.003 of an inch. We're also, Shasta, might as well put a curve on this one, too. Because why not? We could also use something called a chamfer, which is just which makes that just like a edge break instead of a geometry, essentially. Okay. All right, so now what's left is we need the feet, correct? We need the feet. Feet and hangers, okay. All right, the feet will be a little bit more difficult, but I think we'll be fine. All right, let's go to the front plane. All right, we're gonna sketch on the front plane. A little more dumpy. Do you want it to be taller? Or like taller and just as round? We can do that. So we can do that by going back. I'm in a sketch right now. By going back to this initial revolve, and if we're a good enough modeler, I think he's showing. I think we're gonna have to make it bigger. So let's go up to 3 inches then. Can't do that yet. How about that? If we did things right enough, we shouldn't. Okay, we do have an error. Uh-oh. What error do we have? That's why. Oi. Good. All right. Is that better? Odorous Youngus. All right, so it's got a little bit of a bigger ass on it. All right, so now let's go back to making these feet. So the simple thing we could do is put circle blobs, but you want something fancier than that, right? So let's think. How do the talent, like they're called talon claws, right? Or talon feet? Or talon claw feet, bathtubs. Is that what they're called? Yeah, those are just like, it's a little bit difficult to model in a parametric software, but I think I could do it. Clawfoot, yeah, clawfoot sounds right. Clawfoot, thank you, Omizu. I'm just searching it up online right now. Shooby-doo-boobity-bop. How do I want to do this? select that edge. Okay. More construction. So how do we want to do this? It's going to make a little bit of a just a general sketch of one. How tall is this? You know what? It's probably going to be better. Probably going to be better if we align this with the flat. I'm having it overhang a little bit here so it will join properly. But now the question is, how tall do we make these? Why'd I leave my sketch? Why am I leaving my sketch? I was hitting exit sketch instead of smart dimension. Let's go with like that. 0.5 seems like a lot. Do you want these to be tall or short? Odorous. Tall or short? Short and squat, okay. Oh my god, I ruined it. So that, okay, so that has a set angle. Interesting. Very hefty feeling. Hefty, hefty, hefty. What else needs to be dimensioned here? That. Probably makes sense if I do it like this. Let's keep this simpler than... Now what's this? Thought I limited that height. What height dimension? Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. 1 second. All right, I'm back. That's not the surprise that you're ruining this? What do you mean ruin this? I ain't ruining anything. All right, we have a couple ways to do this now. Let's extrude this. Playing good. .4 times bigger. We had 4 of them. Well, the claw feet would be metal. They're a part of the metal body. So it wouldn't matter if they were touching coals. But what else? So you want him to, you want it to be taller, okay? You want him to be taller. Well, if you have the hanger, you don't need to hold him. But okay, I get what you're saying. God damn it! All right. Because remember, this is just the base. We're going to do more cosmetic things to it. Fair enough. Is that tall enough for your liking? Like I said, there's going to be more cosmetic stuff done to this. This is just, think about just general sizing. The only thing I think I don't like is that width. One thing we're going to do here too, this is important, we're not going to merge this. So that means this is a body on its own right now. It's not connected to this shit yet, okay? Not connected. So these are 2 different bodies right now in this same, like, so you can see solid bodies. We have this one and we have this one, okay? All right, so now let's start to do some cosmetic stuff to this. So, actually, it's not an extrude. This is what I was going to spend some time doing, but I could just do a partial revolve. Okay, no merge. This will probably be 5 degrees-ish. No. Okay, so the reason why we do a revolve there is so you get these slight angles. See that, Odorous? You see how it's like slightly revolve, like so it slightly comes in like a clawfoot would. So it helps, you know, that geometry. So now we're going to use a combination of fillets to make this thing look cooler. So we'll start off with this one. And we'll make this be 0.25. Something big. Maybe 0.225. Oh. Oh, 0.15 might both work. No, 0.125. I guess it doesn't like the other one. No. Go to chamfer next. What size do they have in there? No, too big. It's too big. It's that big still, huh? That looks better. What did it fuck with up there? I needed to select more. Oy. The fuck was that? I didn't even realize that I had that in there. Okay. We are Drew Holtz for Odorous. Odorous Urungus. Can it not do this? Can do this. Okay, good. Okay. Do you have any questions or you want me to make anything? Let me know. The order kind of matters in this shit. I actually like how that looks offhand. Yeah, this is what I did in I did this for a long time. I have an engineering background and did this for work for a long time. I am taking requests if there's anything you want. Too much. Wait, 0.065. There you go. Well, thank you, Drew. All right, Odorous, what do you think about how this looks at the moment? Let me get the other body in here. Decent. What would you like more in this? You want a bigger bulbosity, okay. Let's see how many of these fillets blow up, but it's okay. That wouldn't make it blow up. Try that. Or cat, you want some toe beans, or you want some... I mean, I could model some, like, toes in there. The thing is, if this is for 3D printing, it won't show up. On this scale, I should say. I mean, there's something else I could do. I wanted talents. Claws would be cool. Wait, what the fuck? Son of a bitch! Have a good night, Mud. Have a good night, Salt. Nee nee. Nee 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 nee. Nee nee. I could... I could do a cutout in the center of it. I could also put some roundness. I have an idea. I have a good idea. I have an idea, everybody. My idea is really cool. Select that. How does that make sense? What the fuck's going on here? Okay. How did that sketch end up like that? I don't know, but we'll get rid of it. Did I click offset and not convert? Alright, so convert entities, cool. You'll like this, Odorous. You'll like this. I promise. Okay, so we're already on that plane. Okay. I think I know how to get you what you want. too. Okay. How do I want to do this? Yeah. Well, I'm aware of these constraints, Odorous, because I had we had similar constraints in the CNC. There are things that just aren't possible, so I'm also keeping this in the realm of what would be possible to 3D print. Because I am fairly familiar with that capacity and what's possible. But I think you'll see what I'm planning on doing, or you might already know. Okay, what we gotta do is we're gonna get rid of all these. Oh, got rid of my sketch. Okay. I didn't think it would do that. That's fine. We just do it on one side anyways. Yeah. I get what you're saying. But you're also talking to somebody very pragmatic about this, where it's like, well, we should only do stuff that is in the realm of possibility as well. Yeah, that's how we do it. This is a good idea. Love this problem-solving aspect. That doesn't need to be a curve. Something like this will look surprisingly cool. Shooby-doo-bop-ba. Where are you, mirror? Do I need to put in a goddamn sketch line? Goddamn. I hate when I have to do this. That's a nice feature. You could just click inside, and now you don't have to select the lines like you used to. Shoot a cut. Through on both. And then... Okay. So now... You see we got a little bit of a... We got some additional geometry here. Now we throw in our radiuses and fillets. This might be a problem. And that's as a result of the revolve. Let's see how it works out, though. I have some tricks I could do on this. Do I want to do those, though? Will that even work? No, it won't. How do I want to resolve that? I guess like that. Doesn't like doing all those. Why doesn't it like... Why is it fine with one side? Sometimes it's weird like this, where you can only do them... I don't like this. How does that look? Looks like shit. Maybe... Okay, wait a second. Oh, that looks cool. Okay, cool. Saved. Johnny be gooning, we are making... And hi, how are you doing, Alex? We are making a cauldron for somebody to 3D print. I got the maker's copy of SolidWorks. You know you can get that shit for $50, Alex? For a year? I didn't know this. I'm trying to take on some extra work with SolidWorks. So if anybody has any SolidWorks modeling that they want to pay me for, please do. Make this larger. It's something like that. I just don't know how they'll find out about it, Todd. No, I don't have a 3D printer. I don't have interest in that, Omizu. Well, and they won't know that like the income I even report as a result from it would be related to modeling, so I don't even know. Okay, Otters. All right, Otters, how do you like this? I could do some cutouts for toes. I could flatten this off a bit, but I think this is pretty good for a claw foot. Well, tell me, if you have any issues, let's fix it. I could make that more severe, or I could have that angle go deeper down. I'm not opposed to that. Either for myself. Okay. Let me just try something, though. Let's see how much this blows it up. Yeah. You like this better? I don't know, Johnny B. Gooning. Or, I don't know, Alex. Do you like it shorter like this? Or did you like the way before, Odorous? I mean, actually. You like that? We can do one more step. You know, this... We can go to 0.27. Let's try that. Yeah. Alright, what about that? I feel like I could bring it in even more. Let's just keep on pushing it. Go 6.5. That should be fine. There was only one edge in it, okay. And we're just gonna delete both of you. Good, okay. Okay. You like, so you're fine with this? I could probably chamfer that too. I think I don't like how this surface...
Fire the nuclear weapons!
Oh my god, hooray! While we're 3D modeling. Welcome in, M. How are you? That's right, we're 3D modeling. We're taking requests. You know what? This is cheating. This is cheating. Let's see how this works. Nope. Okay, that is not cheating. Did not work how I remember it working. Welcome in. Well, you know what we were doing today, Em? We had an odd stream. I was doing a setup for a new perverted paint. Remember the cuck painting we were talking about? Well, you are a notorious liar, Em. But do you remember that cuck painting? So we were setting that up today on stream. We were setting that up on stream, and then I'm like, because that took like an hour and a half to 2 hours or something like that. So now I just got SolidWorks, and I'm making a model. No paint, nope. I know you would have helped, but we might actually have to do another one on it because I need to get a stronger light bulb. After stream, I need to order that, and I need to get some background tablecloth to help with the color. Sheer Rose, thank you for the follow. So, yeah. But if you want to see where we're at, you could look at earlier parts of the stream and check it out. The cuck is, if you look at the earlier part of the stream, Alex, I have my elf, Kevin Gamblin, and my skeleton, Ricardo, who I'm putting a rubber mask on top of to make him look like Stephen Miller. I do, Here, do we have a photo? Here, hold on. I could probably bring on a photo on stream. Or I can link a photo. We have some in the Discord of where we were kind of at with stuff. We're making a cauldron. I'm making the feet of a cauldron right now. Yeah, well, I don't make the medium. I make the oil paints. Like, I buy pigment and oil. Here, I'm gonna link some stuff to what we had. So if you guys hear, this is what we were working on earlier. If you want to see it, that's kind of like part of the idea we had. There's going to be a shadow in the middle of a hand, like a Nosferatu hand. But I was trying to work on the shadows. Oh, fuck these ads. Snooze the ads. Like I said, there's going to be a mask on Ricardo, but I'm gonna make the background a couple shades lighter to accentuate the shadow. The shadow's not in there because the light wasn't strong enough for you guys to see it well enough. So I am gonna get a way stronger light bulb, so that hand that looks like they're gonna be grabbing my mannequin's ass in shadow is gonna be there. I also might make a prop camera for Kevin. There is not a plug device. So, and the name of this painting is going to be Stephen Miller, everybody. Stephen Miller. Maybe Stephen Miller and Elon Musk. Who knows? For anybody who knows the T. Because fuck those guys. So... this is what we were working on, where I was like, we were like moving shit around, trying to get the perspective right, you know. This is the approximate aspect ratio of the painting. So for anyone who also doesn't know, it's, this is kind of what I'm referencing. In the OG Nosferatu, they had like a shadow that kind of did shit outside of him as like an early movie trick. Oh, have fun, Em. Get the hell out of here. Oh, good work, Em. If you want to share your links, though, please do. That's tough to do for Discord. I'm just gonna post the links, Odorous. I know you just see a pot. I was sharing the links in chat. So I didn't have to set up something new. So... that's kind of the inspiration for this entire painting. I was thinking about that. Alright, Odorous, you're happy with this clawfoot? Because now all we have to do... I guess it's just... Prisoner involved. I think I could just do it with this. Oh yeah, that's what I'm. Go to circular pattern. Get the hell out of here, Em. Get the hell out. You and your lies. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful night. Not a mirror, Johnny B. Gooning. A circular pattern. Because I didn't combine these bodies. I didn't join them, so I could select this body independently. Select 4 at 90 degrees. And create. That's weird. Why is that? Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. Don't you infringe upon my First Amendment rights, Johnny B. Gooning. God, Alex, that's such a fantastic fucking name. God, I love that name. You know what kind of reminds me of, Alex, was that my trivia team's name was the Jabronis Brothers. For some reason, that's what Johnny B. Gooning reminds me of. The days of my bar trivia with the Jabronis Brothers. Okay, so now all we have to do, there should be a merge bodies command thing. Or join. I just do it with a right click up here. Combine, there it is. I haven't used combine in a while. You combine them and now they're one body. You do that though because you control it in the tree, and it's better to control things in the tree than just to manually do it through like some stupid method. So now it's joined into one body. How does this look, odorous? Oh, you want the handle too, right? I guess we'll do this the proper way. We'll see. All right. So we got to get a do it proper. I'm going to. See, what does point 1 look like? Point 1 looks fine. So what's not proper, though, is dimensioning from a surface not within your sketch. That is generally no bueno if you're making a good model. But right now, I'm not going to take that extra time. So we got a hole. Love a good hole. Now we're going to do something kind of cool. Does anybody else have something they want, just out of curiosity? We're going to do something, I would say a little bit more on the advanced side here, but it'll make sense. So if you care about learning, watch what I'm going to do. This is something that doesn't come up that often. Can I convert that? Why can't I convert this bullshit? Really? That's kind of annoying. We're going to do a sweep extrude. If we're making a handle. But normally I would think I would be able to Okay. What is this command called? It is just normal too. Jesus Christ. Okay. So the hole... My holes! It's right there. Won't even let me convert it for some reason. Normally it does. I think I know why, but didn't let me do it the way I thought should work, but that's fine. Okay. So does anyone know what a sweep is? Do any 3D modelers know what a sweep is? I'm just marking where the hole is and the general. Oh, you're all in commercials anyways. I think how big did I make that whole 0.4? I guess it doesn't matter right now. Well, it does actually. Okay. We are making a cauldron. You should be familiar with this, Sashi. What the fuck? Did I do 0.1? How tall do we want to make this? Say 1.6. Nebulous. Eye of Newt. She turned me into a newt. By the way, I love doing 3D modeling in general. So if people want 3D models, I'll make you a goddamn 3D model. If it's not crazy, you know, I won't charge you. 625. Welcome back, Richards. God, that should work. This one we'll do a bunch. We'll do like one. Let's do 0.75. 0.8. Tee-hee! Son of a bitch! We don't even need to mirror this here. We can mirror this later. Okay.
now. Yeah. We want this at what, like point 0.325? The fuck? How big did I make this hole? I only did it as 0.1, huh? That's what I was thinking of, okay. I don't have a 3D printer. I do not have a 3D printer. Next up, banded bulbous snarflats. Okay, all right, Shasta, as long as you can explain it to me. All right, so now what you see, we have a circle. We have a path. Y'all see this? You see this? You hear about this? You see this? We got a circle and a path, okay? We select both of these. And there we go. I think it's swept. Yeah, it's just swept. Don't need to merge. There you go. That cross section now follows the path that I just drew it. But you're like, what the fuck? It's only half. And you would be right to say that. But now we just go to where's mirror. You could do this through a pattern as well, actually, but you just mirror. Preview. It's not previewing, which generally means it doesn't like what I'm doing. Okay. And let's try it the other way. That's a good idea. God damn it, Shasta. Good idea. Well, then let's... Now, the question is, though... How do I do that and merge it? I've got 2 tickets to paradise. So I gotta get rid of this constraint here. And then lower this by... Point 1 is probably... we'll see. 1.55. There we go. Then we just do this. So why is that not driving it? What's my issues here? What doesn't it like? That can't move. Okay, that's what it doesn't like. That's why. 0.1 is what I want. We'll see how this looks. Son of a bitch! It probably doesn't like that it's... You know what? That's why. I know it's up. No, we decided to do 3D this is the first time we've done this, Nordic. First time. Give me a break. I don't like doing that. Okay. Probably need a little radius there. Bigger than that. Probably just do 0.1. That's probably the way. Skippity doo dah, zip. Am I still on dimension? What the fuck is going on? Okay. That. Nebulous dimensions. Question is, will I need to radius this as well? Maybe. Yep. Hopefully this works. I smooth this shit out. Motherfucker. God damn it. There might have to be there might just be a thing in here I need to... Yep, that worked. Okay. Oh, it really didn't like this geometry, huh? Really didn't like that. Yeah, I know. I'm just with specifically what you are requesting, Shasta, doesn't work the greatest with this specific thing. What the fuck? Oi. Probably needs to be... This dimension probably just needs to be larger. It is and it isn't. You just have to be a lot more... You just have to be a lot more... precise. It is very mathematical. But this shit got beat into me, you know, for a decade plus. It will like it better if these are larger.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, hooray! Another one! Really? Okay. Ooh. How you doing, Silver? Stoic. Welcome back in. Alright, let's see if that works. Really? You still didn't like that? Get on in here. Okay. Good. Well, here's the thing, right? So interesting, okay. This fucking son of a bitch. Why is it not go? Is my sketch not centered? Oh, that's why. Oh my god, am I a dupe Ayashu? I know what I was doing wrong. Looks like Revit. I have not used Revit. This is SolidWorks. This is one of the most. This is probably the most common 3D modeling software that is used. Most of my jobs required it, or was not required it. It's what they use. So I use this in all but one of my jobs. No, the hole just isn't aligned. Oh my, what a beautiful day. There we go. And just like that, we fixed it. Oh my god, it lines up. Oh my god, isn't that pretty? But now, wait, what the fuck happened? Alright, now what the fuck? Son of a bitch! Why did this get so out of whack here? What is driving that width? Awesome. Everyone go check out those links. Who's that Pokemon? This is called Cauldrony. It melts Pokemon into an ooze and kills them forever. One-shot kills. Hi, Melemony. Yep, one-shot kills. What the fuck is... Why is this... Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. What's keeping this one? And I'm violent. You're the one who asked the Pokemon. I didn't design this Pokemon. Why is this, what's the constraint? Intersection... Tangent, vertical. Right, yours should be independent. There's that. Possibly Richards. Yeah, because Odorous wanted it. You should Blender. So Blender, here's the thing, right? This is worth, like, if you wanted to create, like, hair on a surface, this is fucking awful for it. Okay? But if you wanted to make an engineering drawing and do precise things of like, you know, scalable dimensional things, this is what you need. Just straight up. Because here's the thing, as an engineer, when you say make me a plate, I'll say, okay, is it a flat plate? How thick do you want it? What material do you want it to be? Do you want a lip? How big of a, like, you know, and all these things I need to know to make your thing, right? But in Blender, you could just say, I'll just make a fucking plate and, you know, you want it thick. We all do. Lord knows we all do. Well, that's the thing. You could have a plate that's an eighth of an inch, a quarter of an inch, hell, even a half an inch thick. But if it's made out of plastic, it's a lot different if it's made out of ceramic, or if it's made out of glass, or if it's made out of wood, right? All these things, you have to, in engineering, you have to account for every detail. Every single one. And you'd be surprised how many people will ask for something and not know those details. That's like a big frustration when you have to be like, well, we have standards here, and then somebody's like, well, it has to be. Like, let's just say hypothetically, it's like, I want a plate, but I want it to be an inch thick of plastic. And they have no clue how nuts of a request that is. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I never cared about backseat catting. That never bothered, because I had to get, you know, I had the luck at a few of the places I work, I had some really helpful people who, no matter how much I asked questions about stuff, they like, gracefully, they answered, right? They just straight up answered my questions. So that doesn't like that. And, you know, I learned that way. Because I had to. Why doesn't it allow me... Why did this fuck up like it did? Well, we have to do this, so I'm doing this. And I just, you know, oh, are you fucking kidding me, you son of a bitch. Pissing me off. Boy, the other way. God damn it. Oh my god. Let's fucking redo this. Can you make a 730-inch teacup for my pet flea? Yeah, people could do that. I've seen stuff machined smaller than that. I was 1099, so I just went to work, took a nap, and then did work at home. They still labor hours for me, made me come do meetings. Yeah. Have a good one, Sashi. Isn't it time to like just? Well, I guess it's early enough for you where you could still nap. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. There we go. Maybe a little bit more. Good. Good. Zippity-doo-dah. I was thinking about trying to make a skeleton, but that would take... This is not the best program to make a skeleton. I'll say that. So why does it move? The fuck is going on? Now shit's lagging. Don't crash on me. I haven't saved this. I haven't saved this. Don't crash on me. Don't... Okay, wait. Don't crash. Oh, no. I forgot to save everybody. Okay, thank God. Let's save. Oh, my God. Oh, I just had so many trauma flashbacks, everybody. My God. You wouldn't believe how many hours
Oh my God.
I've lost so many hours of work because of bullshit like that in the past. Probably should do 0.75. Come on. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. I probably should have just changed my stream title, but, you know, who gives a shit? Why are you lagging so much all of a sudden? Who's DDoSing me? Who's doing it? Very possibly. Okay. I'm guessing Sashi is DDoSing me. And Cheese. And Shasta. Okay. Now, will allow me to mirror this time. Alright, we're just gonna do this the easier way. 3 bodies. These should be able to be combined. It does. Okay. So those are 2 separate bodies, though, Odorous. So we could split these out into 2 different parts, right? Because these don't touch each other. The handle and the body don't touch each other. But you happy with this? Let's save. All right. So, the dimensions, this would be huge if you 3D printed this. This is like 3 inches tall. But obviously, the ratio to itself makes sense. So, if you scale it up and down, right, or scale it down, you have that capability. What file format do you need? VST or OBJ? Odell Beckham Jr.? Let's see if they have that file format. Save as object. DXF, GLV. Oh, gotcha. You should be able to load a DXF, right? Or a step. You can load up a step file too, or an STL. STL, step, DXF. Probably a step is the better one for you, or an STL. STL? Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay, save the STL for you. Standard tickle language. That is correct. Okay. Does anybody want anything else? While I'm feeling generous. Oh, did you, Richards? Are you still having the storm? Mr. Bluebird on shoulder. Does any... I could even probably put it in the Discord, frankly. But yeah, if you want to DM me your email, I'll email it to you, no problem. Pretty windy. Does anybody want to see anything else? We actually covered some important things. The revolves, the sweep, revolve cut. You don't want other people to mess with it? That's fine. Does anybody else want a 3D model? Oh, you want them to? Okay, I'll put it in there. This is what we made. A bulbous cauldron. This cauldron is a new Pokemon that one-shots and murders any Pokemon it comes across. It's called Cauldrony. Okay. It killed 3 Pikachus the other day. And 7 Bulbasaurs. It was like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark situation. No shit. Another thing, Richards, in Minnesota again too? My fucking god. Any tools I could make, anybody that would that could work against ice. Any tools that I can make, like any 3D models I can make available online for free for defending against ice. Flamethrower? Maybe. My mom threw out the idea of making a whistle, but like whistles are cheap enough and widely made enough, but I hear they're all sold out on Amazon. Is there like a better whistle I can make? Like a louder whistle? I don't have a 3D printer to test it though. A glass of lemonade. An Aztec death whistle. A slide whistle would be pretty funny. You could 3D print meshes, but it wouldn't put together an ice pick. An ice pick is kind of funny. Like that becomes the symbol of the resistance, an ice pick. 3D printing an Aztec death whistle could be interesting though. I would have to look up though what the interior of that shit is like. The thing is about whistles, though, I don't know if 3D material will be good enough to make whistles that work. Granted, you're only guiding air. I think it should work, but the problem is if... I don't know how you'd get the supports out of the interior. Not bad, editors. Scan my ass. It's got to be your ass. What would be good? A chopstick? I mean, a chopstick's easy. I mean, this is an easy model too. Despite some of my struggles, this is an easy model because we're also making design decisions too. Oh, yeah, or like a needle maybe. Maybe. Will anyone have any other suggestions? I could look up a whistle, but that's going to take a little bit more work. Do on my own time. Let's see. Johnny B. Gooning, do you have any suggestions? Or is there another thing you want to add to your shit, Odorous? Well, I think Europeans get it, to be honest with you. A plastic shiv. People have access to knives. I don't think weaponry is really a thing that, like, is really... Like, I'm thinking of more of, like, deterrence or, like, things that maybe fuck with their... Like, I don't know if they could fuck with their cars, but... Like I told you guys about the water balloon paint idea. Maybe a 3D... Like, the only thing I worry about water balloons is them not breaking. But man, if you put titanium white acrylic paint in a water balloon with a little bit of water, and you threw it in the windows, they're not getting that off unless they have isopropyl alcohol, especially in the cold. If they use their windshield wipers, they're fucked. Let's see. That's the interior, huh? I would need more than that, though, unfortunately, to make it. Those whistles are terrifying, though. I think I should just, like, look into, though, making whistles. Like, but those might be available already. Let me see. I would just want to make them for free, though. Printed whistle. Yeah, they're online. They're online. But I guess I could make one. I could make one, though, and I could just advertise it. I don't know. Thank you, Amizu. Those wooden train whistles. But I think you just need loud whistles, you know? Here's one that says 140 decibels. Are they charging for this shit? No, they're not even charging for it. Good. Alright, those are available. Well, Richards, they're not going to Republican states, and they're also not going to large cities. They're not going to go to large cities anymore. Based on Minnesota's response, like, they went to Maine. They went to a town of 40,000 in Maine the other day, but they're sure as shit not going to Chicago, LA, or New York. Could you imagine what those cities would do in the current state? Good fucking luck. They're intentionally going to smaller. A whistle that doubles as a poison blowgun. See, that'd be kind of cool. But I doubt that they're... I bet they're trying to, like... I bet you they're not going to do any serious ice stuff. Unless Minnesota... Did you hear about what they're asking Minnesota to leave? Could you imagine them going to Philadelphia, Richards? So they... this is a big thing. They're asking them for their voter record information for ICE to leave. Which is scary as hell, because that's how they're going to try and challenge the midterms, everybody. That's how they're going to challenge the midterms. And Minnesota better fucking not do it. Because if they do get that, then they will go to all the states, and then they probably will call National Guard too. And just give the same conditions. But I swear, Tim Walz has been such a shithead with this stuff. I swear, if they do that shit. Giving me Miyagi. Fucking fuckers. I love living in fascist countries, everybody.
Fuck those fucking fuckers.
Indeed, Shasta. I just love fascism. Fascism is great, everybody. Don't listen to all the naysayers. It's nice knowing that our economy is going to go down in the shitter and people get killed and murdered by Gestapo. Oh, we needed that we needed that, Melemony. We needed that refresh. You know, boy. You know, because obviously, you know, guys, we all know this. Women can't be president, all right? They're too emotional. They laugh weird, all right? We just couldn't have a woman president, okay, everybody? You all understand, all right? They're just, like I said, way too emotional. Yep, exactly, Melemony, you get it, right? Like I said, the weird laughs. You know, how could they ever get anything done? There was none. There was none, Johnny B. Gunning. You could tell. Don't we all, Mono? Shasta, it's just they wouldn't be able to handle themselves. Exactly. I mean, how can they have the time to be president and have to cook dinner every night? And take care of the kids? How?
Fire.
Exactly, Mono. Richards, that's impossible. Okay, women can't do anything, obviously. So we have to, you know, that's why we have to vote for the geriatric pants shitter. Okay? Hi, Lucas. Do you want me to make anything for you, bud? I just got SolidWorks for Makers. I used to be an engineer and use this all the time. So if you have any SolidWorks questions or if you want me to make anything, I will. Right now, we're just talking about how women can't be president. You're a product designer? Nice. Yeah, Lucas, I used to work for CNC Places, a medical device, and McMaster Car, doing modeling. You know the models you get off of McMaster Car? I used to make those. Alex, it really isn't, bud. One is a fascist, the other one wants universal health care. It's not comparable. This is for somebody to 3D print. It's just a cauldron. Some Odorous wanted a cauldron for like some 3D, I think 3D printing stuff that they want. Oh, it's ridiculous, Melemony. It's terrible. So we just did this today. I didn't use SolidWorks in a few years. I had learned Rhino recently, but SolidWorks is very easy. I would love to be in Denmark, Lucas. But Lego would be cool. Do you, Melemony? If money wasn't an object right now, I'd probably move to... God, I actually don't know. Probably... I mean, France would have to be a consideration. I think France would be too warm. Nebraska. Norway would be up there for me. Canada, parts of Canada would be up there for me. I think you would find that you would like one or the other, Lucas, more so. Because one thing you have to understand, though, you know, with the design is that design comes with a lot of bullshit. Yeah. I like cold weather, though, so... That'd be my only issue with France, is France does get warm. I would love to live for a little period of time in Spain, though. Spain or Portugal. And Italy, frankly. But I just need to find that, you know, that millionaire heiress who sweeps me off my feet. That is true, Shasta. That is true. Exactly, Melemony. I'm gonna have to seduce an heiress from any of those Central European countries. That's true. I thought they would just find me, Richards. I thought they would just find me. True. Lucas, I might have to, bud. I might have to. Try and stop me. But just so you know, Lucas, normally we do oil painting on this channel. Very possibly Melemony. I think I'm more of a Helen Mirren boy, though. Then Let There Be War. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Well, obviously you're gonna win. I'm a coward. But yeah, for anyone new here, normally we do oil painting on this channel. Today was just a SolidWorks day because I just got it, and I felt an urge to do some stuff on it. But anybody though want it before I close down shop? Anyone want to see another model? I have to get groceries in like 5-degree weather tomorrow. What do you want, Stoic? A dog toy? What kind of dog toy do you want? You want a bone? I would need more dimensions than that. And I would need the standards and the hose connections. Alright, you want a bone? Bum bum boom, satellite of love. Bum bum boom, satellite of love. Bum bum boom, satellite of love. Satellite of... We'll make a bone. Wrong thing to mention. Okay. How big bone? We'll just do a 1-inch. We'll make it really long, like a femur. Make it 1 inch by 4. Bum bum booms. Alright, we'll do 8 inches then. We'll do a microscopic 8 inches. Okay, fine, Lucas. 8 inches is 20.32 centimeters. There. You don't think I could do that? I know the conversions. Hold on. Parsecs. Sorry, I'm in settings right now, which you can't see. I'm trying to remember where I changed it to decimals. What? You heard me, Omizu. 1 inch is 2.54 centimeters, everybody. Where the fuck is it again? There it is, units. Do centimeter grams. There we go. There we go. We're in centimeters now, everybody. There you go. Okay. Now we gotta do this. Construction. Bum bum bum. That's probably gonna be we. Let's do a little more than an inch. That could be radius. That could be radius. I guess I. Harry, Mark, and John. Monday, Thursday. Good. Right. Do we want this to be basically an inch thick? Why not? Revolve? We didn't need to revolve there. Just extrude. Don't add tubercles to the other side of you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Most countries not for decimals. Gonna fill it. Yep. I'm gonna fill it. Like 4. Fillet it. I mean, it really depends on to the measurements in which you are measuring it, Richards, to be frank. Inches just, you know... Inches can get odd. Do we want to do anything else, or do we want to make this more bulbous? This is just the shape of a bone. We could do something interesting. Bulbous? You want bulbous? I'll give you bulbous. Okay. How far did I go out? 4 inches was to there. Let me look at the sketch again. Look at the dimensions. No, okay, that was 4 inches to the center points. Okay. Alright, we're going to create a reference geometry of 5.08. Nope, 10.16. Good. So 5 thou, that's, what is that? That's a little bit more than 1.1 millimeters, Richards. Yeah, it's a little bit more than 0.1 millimeters. I think 0.1 millimeters is 0.043 something inches. So I'll say this, Richards. A lot of European companies for fine machining do 0.1 millimeters as a standard tolerance, where a lot of companies do 0.005 inches or 5 thou. Why does it, Lucas? Because we're gonna make some bulbous bones right now. I forgot the measurement I used for those. 2 point. Okay, so it is the center. Okay. Monday. .54, so 1.27. Okay. We're gonna do something cool. So I created these reference planes in the center. We're gonna create an axis so we can make a bulbous bone, everybody. .4 millimeters is an inch. Or you can every time you want to make a sketch on a surface. Well, that's actually proper modeling, Lucas. You don't want to reference existing geometry. You want to reference existing of like the model. You want to reference reference planes is a much more robust way of modeling. No, that wasn't it. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Planes are reference geometries. With Harry, Mark, and John. Oh, that's fucking stupid. I hate when that happens. How is the sketch opening? The fuck? What did I not dimension? The fuck is this? The fuck is that? Liver flavor, please. On the way, Shasta. Why did that? Because I didn't dimension this stuff. Should be able to merge. What the hell is going on? I hate when I have to deal with this type of shit. What is the thin feature here? Just fucking delete you. Guess it wasn't centered. That's right, it wasn't centered. Okay. Now what's your problem? God, that could be annoying. Okay, we're making a bulbous bone, everybody. This should work. Still not working, huh? What is going on here? I'm just doing a revolve. Unless I'm selecting the wrong axis. She. Oh, proliner. Oh. All right, let's just try and problem solve, because I guess let's just make this something much larger. Because that's the only thing I could think of that it's why it's not working. But see, why wouldn't it allow me to do this when I don't merge it? It's curious. Very curious. Just delete everything we have in here. Just see if this is it because of that. It's just fucking it's notoriously bad with edges. That's right, Melemony. One of the best lines in TV. I should have mentioned this, but I'm going to not, and just see if this works. That's just bizarre. Okay. You pissed me off.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not. I will never stop. Hi, Pickles. Am I? Or am I just a normal Midwestern man? What the fuck is the problem? Oi! Jesus Christ. God, this is pissing me off.
Okay, Kyle, you're being a negative Nancy. Stop it. Okay, unless you want everyone to call you Negative Nancy from now on.
I'm gonna be a negative Nancy. We're making a dog bone. We're making a dog bone for Diggs. You like Diggs? You like Diggs? Oh, really? I didn't know you had that, Richards. Alright, what the fuck dimension do I not have then? That. Will this work? Oh, god damn it, am I an idiot. Jesus Christ, am I fucking stupid. Wait, that didn't work either. Okay, maybe I'm not. Well, that's what I thought it was. That's what I just thought it was, that I was doing 360, but I didn't do a half. So let's just see if that is fucking with it regardless. I'm rusty. It's really just that. Oh my fucking god, is that stupid? Oh my god. All right. Let's do that. How big did I fucking make those things? How big did I make this guy? Hey, guy. How big did I make you? 4. So the center would have to be. What direction are you going in? Thank you. It's just gonna be 2.54. There we go. Bulbous. 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 TOS, don't TOS my ass. It's only like 30 seconds of a blatant penis. I guess the square looks worse now, huh? I guess you wouldn't want a square anyways. I could fillet it, or I could just, you know, there's a simpler way. Because fillets can be weird. Eh. I had it be 1 inch thick, I think. Let's just go a little bit bigger. Or is 10.16. There you... Oh. I guess that was bigger than what I had? I guess I didn't dimension it. No on me. There you go. Needs to be a little bit bigger though. Good. Good. We call this the double penis. And write text in the middle in the sunken slot. You want me to write text? What do we call this? No. You can, I mean, I used to machine, I didn't personally machine it, but the stuff I did for CNC was largely titanium based, Stoic. Ball peens hammer. Alright. Let's create reference geometry. They don't have tangent. There we go. Sketch. And then there it is right here. Ball peens hammer. You can offset the extruded cut. You absolutely can. You can absolutely do. I'll show you how to do it both ways. This one I just created the reference geometry. I just got to figure out how to move this shit. Maybe 32. Good. Absolutely, Stoic. Absolutely. I forget how I can... It's just by clicking.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
That kind of looks centered enough. I will not either. That peen's getting played with. No, this is a dog toy. Okay. Blind. Or up to surface here. And then I have to offset it, right? There's like the smart way of doing this. I'm trying to remember it.
Oh my.
I could. Oh wait, I know what to do. Well, no, it's... I could just do blind. It's okay.
I be stroking.
It's good enough for this. There's a way where you could do it like offset from surface a certain amount so it gets to the surface and then you do an additional amount. But the other way you do it is if I were to sketch on here, you offset the start, you offset the extruded cut. So for example, if I went, let's just suppress this. Where are you? Suppress. And instead, I sketched on the middle surface, like I just did. So ball peens. Where's Trump's face? It's getting there. $50 a year for me, Lucas. $50 a year. Oh, I did ball peems. Well, this one's ball peems, everybody. So the other way to do this is extrude cut. So you see like this, we know, I think I made this diameter 3. So you would do offset, and let's just say I did 2.75. So it starts, okay, yeah. So it's 2.75 divided by 2. And then you just do through all. Flip direction. There you go. The fuck's this R? Why does it do this? It's because one of my hotkey to rotate is Shift R, and when I try and rotate when I'm in this, it puts R in those things, and then it just doesn't. It creates a global variable that way. I hate that. Global variables are very useful, though. There you go. That's the other ways to do it. So. Is it stoic? All right, anybody want anything else? Do you actually want this model stoic? All right, then let me fix it. I forget how to dimension. Text. Like centering it. Probably do that. 0.3. I usually just had to eyeball it whenever I did. But it rarely came up. I'll even go a little bit more centered. And then I gotta fix Peem to Peen. I can make you a mini bookshelf. I could do it for you right now. It's not difficult. A press fit clip. I would need the dimensions. Okay. And then the other thing I got to add then for you. So I'll get rid of this. I gotta fill it this stuff to make it easier. Why would it do that side? Gotta fill it the ass cheeks. A bonker. Okay. Are any of the edges missing? Nope. Make sure. Okay. So you want this one, Stoic? I could put it in the Discord for you to download. Do you need a hole in it if you're putting it in a keychain? You need a hole somewhere? Where would you like the hole for? Like right here? This is a big-ass keychain, by the way. Have a good one, Lucas. Nice meeting you, bud. Pretty big. This is 8 inches long. But you'll figure that out. I'm sure you could probably scale it on the whoever's 3D printing it. I would consider that pretty microscopic, Melemony. I mean, we could easily make it like 36 to 72 inches.
Oh my.
That's how tall you want your bookshelf? We'll go half a centimeter? Or half an inch? That's probably a big hole. 0.54 divided by 8 times 3. There you go. That's 3/8 of an inch. All right. There you go. All right, let's save this as... Well, first we gotta save. So we're gonna say that this is Stoic Ball Peen. And then we'll save as... an STL. An STL is a pretty universal file format that you can take to a 3D printer. Okay, so now we need a bookshelf. 3.5 inches tall by 2 inches wide. Okay. You've been... Oh, maybe it's the next Paint-A-Dong trophy. That's true. Maybe I can actually have a Paint-A-Dong trophy that somebody 3D prints. That would be pretty cool, actually. Okay. How do we want to do this? You know how thick you want it, Pickles? 2 inches wide by 3.5 inches tall. But how deep? I know what I'm saying sounds perverted. Because it is. Do I have, like, a bunch of parts open? No, I don't think so. Are we still in centimeters or are we in inches now? We're in inches. So you don't know how deep you want it? What's the standard depth of a book? I'd say books at max are... We'll see how it looks. You know what? We'll just see how it looks. So... see how it looks. That's what 0.75 would look like. I don't know what that is, Richard. It's in a sorrow head. You think that's okay? How many levels do you want in there? So how many, like, is this three levels and a little bit? Four shelves. Okay. Oh, that thing? That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. Monday. So we made it 3.75 inches tall. 3.5 inches tall. So if you want 4... do 0.8 inches. 0.75. Let's do... This is going to be thin. How thin is thin? 0.1. Probably very thick. 0.05. Okay. See, I did 0.05. Yeah. So 0.8. Why are you guys all shitty like this? I don't get it. That shouldn't be the case. That's all it took, okay. How deep do we make it? 0.75? Yeah. Do you want a back wall to it? Do you want a back wall to it, Pickles? Or do you want it through? Yes, you want the back wall. Do you want this to be solid down here? Or do you want this to go through so you have, like, legs? It's nice as is? Okay. That's all you want? Okay. Pickles bookshelf. 2 commands. That's all it took, everybody. 2 commands. There you go. Anything else? You're welcome. It can be if you just, like, you know, if you're just comfortable with a lot of the commands. Stock it with mini pickle jars. That would be cute. I mean, does anyone want to see an assembly? I can, Richards. I can. Do people know how to do assemblies? Or want to see what an assembly is? Here. I'll show you what an assembly is. So we're going to make a new part. We're going to make a tiny pickle jar, remembering these dimensions, okay? So let's just make a quick, we'll make a quick pickle jar. Really quickly. We need Swedish meatballs. We definitely do. Alright, so let's make a pickle jar. How do we want to make a good pickle jar? We want to do it that way or this way? Do it let's just practice the robust way of doing this all. Okay. So we made that other thing. It was, I said 0.75 is how tall we made it. So we're gonna make these I guess we'll make them smaller actually. 0.25 tall, and we'll make them 0.1875 thick. And then what we'll do, well, we're gonna be doing a revolve here, so I guess we just need that. Okay. Is this actually how I wanted to do it? No. Is what we need to do No, we could do that later, can't we? Yeah, let's just do that later. This need to be a quick pickle jar. Why isn't that snapping? Okay, that no longer works like it used to. I need to make some more pickles. Tomorrow I gotta go to the grocery store, so I might as well get a bunch of cucumbers. God, I love cucumbers. I don't have an axis that I created, but I could use that line. I guess these will just be vases. Yeah, I actually should have modeled it in. God damn it. Whatever. I'm just going to do it like this for the sake of the demonstration. Alright, so we got to save this as jar. I'm not going to create a lid for it because we're going to create an assembly. So an assembly is how you make... is how you can put all these models together to do something larger, okay? So this was a, this is how we do things in the biz, okay? So if we were taking Pickle's bookshelf, there we go, okay? And we get it in here, right? Now we say, okay, well, I want some of these pickle jars in here too, okay? So now we can bring in some pickle jars. And then we have to do something called, we have to create mates. And that means that we have to position this where we want to. It's very important, especially if you're dealing with engineering drawings, okay? So mates are, so I select this bottom and then select here, and you notice how it goes up there because I have coincident. That means they're just like right next to each other, okay? So I do that, that's in there. So now when I move this, it will only be on the level of this shelf here, okay? If I wanted it against this wall, I could select the curved body in this line. I don't want that edge. I wanted the wall. There you go. And now those are right next to each other. If I want it in the back corner, I select that. And now this thing is full. I can't move this thing anymore because it's fully, I told it where to be, right? But now I could add another one wherever I wanted. Okay. And so let's say I wanted to do this, tangent to this. Good. And then I wanted this. Coincident to this. And now I can move it along this wall. Right. I could make it look like the same spot as this. Right. And I can leave that. I'll leave that one as just movable just for now. Bring in another one. And I could put as many as I want in here. You could have, I've had assemblies with thousands of parts in them. Thousands. That's not an embellishment either. They take forever to run. Right, now we got one in the front. So some other cool things we can do when we're creating an assembly is we can pattern this stuff. So I could do this, I could select all of these, and then do a pattern relative to this, and it will pattern all the components I selected. Not as beefy as you thought. Not as beefy as you'd expect, because they make there are graphics cards specifically designed for 3D modeling and stuff. So it wasn't like they would be slow at times, and if you were stuck with a company with bad computers, it sucked. But you know, generally it wasn't too bad, because SolidWorks isn't actually that demanding generally. But the ones with thousands of parts were a pain in the balls. And there are certain calculations in here that take a while. But so generally, like when I was working for the CNC place, we would have like folders full of parts that we would use for our machine. So we had the CNC machines that they were in, or parts of it, as a model that we would put the stuff we were designing, and that's what we'd give to the CNC programmers so they knew where the stuff was. So we actually had models for everything for all like the fixtures and everything we were designing. Well, that too, Melemony. But so we would keep all this stuff, so we'd make these assemblies and drawings. And so here, and then the last, like, so what's nice about this though is, so now we get into engineering drawing stuff. Okay, so let's just close this one down because we don't need this anymore. So like with this, we can now do a new part, make drawing from part or assembly, and there'd be general, like, you know, formats for this stuff, but let's just do this. As big as it is. Whatever. So we'd have drawings, right? And they'd have this template. And so we can bring in standard 3.1. I could do this with anything. And we bring them in here. And they're all linked up. But so why we have to be important about the dimensions we do is because now in here we would draw, and there's proper ways of doing this, the dimensions that would go out to the shop floor. And so like there'd be standard things. So like this is 0.75 inches, and you would just write, because there's 4 of them, we would say 4x this. We would also, some companies were sticklers on putting the inches in here, but if the format was inches, you know, blah blah blah, right? You'd put in notes and stuff like that. You know, and then they have all these other capabilities, like they'd have like show hidden lines based on this, I think. Hidden lines visible. So you see, it can show you, it will put these dotted lines where there's hidden lines behind, you know, the areas, you know. So that also help you understand what's in the drawing as well. But this is the type of shit I did for a lot of my career. No, I couldn't, Stoic. It's crazy because I'll tell you what, understanding cross sections of the areas is very difficult. So like imagine cutting this in half and seeing what the result is. Now this is not that difficult of a model, but imagine if it got more complex, because they have things in this, like, so here I could draw a line. I could draw on this, right? So let's say I drew a line right through the center. Okay, and then I went to section view. And this is, it's going to cut this model right there. And now it's going to show me where this was cut and what's resultant there. You know? So, like, this is the cross-section of there. So here, I'll show you with a with a more complicated model. So let's just bring in the cauldron. So I could change the view, right? So notice how it's looking at it from like a side point view. I could flip the direction at which it's showing the, all of these. So we're just going to put it in this section. But so now, let's say we wanted to do a section view. We wanted it right down the center. You can imagine that, so imagine trying to think of that by hand. And then we can dimension, by the way, or understand what this is what it would look like. Right? When you were doing this by hand, because they didn't have the help of computers, obviously. That's why, so AutoCAD was like, literally feels like Microsoft Paint. If you go from like what you know about computers today and you use AutoCAD, the OG, it would feel like Microsoft Paint. But it was so much better than what they had. Odorous did. And we're not even getting into complicated ways of measurement called GD&T. So would you believe me? All right. We're going to quiz you guys about. I could dimension this whole thing. With one line, with one line of dimensions. Okay? And it's called geometric dimensioning and tolerancing. And I'll show you something. This changed a little bit. No. Let's see. Okay. This line, it's wrong too. Completely dimensions the entire cauldron with the 3D model. Does anyone know what this means at all? Nope. You would have to add something like this, though, too. This wouldn't make sense there. It would be that hole. Very sloppy placement. Well, you'll be able to download it off of Discord. I'm going to put them up there after this. Maybe something like this. Whatever. So this didn't come about, Stoic, depending on what industry you were in. This didn't come about until I think it was 92 or 93, where the entire industry had. When you get complicated parts, Stoic, I've literally seen drawings for aerospace parts that were 20 pages long and thousands of dimensions. And so what this does is say, well, we have 3D models now, and we can measure these in a 3D sense. So this means that no point on this entire model could be off by more than 0.015 inches from the perfect relative to the datums, and the datums are like the origins, datums A, B, and C. And a datum can be a lot of different things, okay? But this is called a profile tolerance. So they have the perfect in the model, and they can plot the actual thing in real life with a tool and compare it. A little bit, Shasta. Not exactly, though. And so literally, I've gotten incredibly complicated parts to make in the CNC world, and all they gave, and it was just a one-page drawing stoic that just had this. And that was all that was needed. That was all that was needed. I've had parts that literally went onto fighter jets that just have this requirement. Shut up! No! 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 Fuck you! No! Oh god! My nards! My nards! Shut up! Okay. Alright.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I am being repressed as I'm trying to teach people engineering.
Boo this man!
Boo you. I'm just trying to make 3D models for people. Jesus Christ!
This guy stinks!
Jack! I am not a nerd. I'm Mr. Super Cool Guy. Jesus.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Thank you for the bits, Jack. I don't stink. Fine, I guess nobody wants free 3D models that they normally have to pay somebody $75.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
I sure as hell can.
I said good day!
Good day. So yeah. I did this. Okay. Alright. They're gone like a fart in the wind. So, I think SolidWorks has been the best program that I've come across with this. Huh. I'll see you in hell, CC. Richards, you have a good night. But, yeah. So does anybody want anything else? That would be nice. Oh my god, 2 and 5. Greenbag, you fucker. No. Greenbag looted the body. Oh my god, my oily points. It's alright, Stoic. Eat farts next. I will not eat your farts. Alright. Greenbag just remembered after murdering me to loot my body. Yep. My vest, he got the full 5. They were way up there. He knew where to check.
Oh, for fuck's sake, another one!
What just happened? Oh, thank you. Questy Pines? Questy Plints? Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. That is going to get me more perverted props, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm on my way to more perverted props because of you. Alright. Alright, so does anybody want anything else? I do. Thank you, Shasta. I need like another skeleton. I need to save up to live in a warehouse. I've been dreaming about living in a warehouse, everybody. Just getting an old warehouse. One humongous large room. Just a kitchen and a bed. And a shitter. That's true. Yeah, I need more skeletons so I can trip over them. Shasta, if I had money in the room, I would have like 10 skeletons and like 20 mannequins. Could you imagine those paintings, Shasta? And then I could hire real people to do stuff too. There'd be no end to it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna put these models. I'll create a new section in the Discord for the models, I guess. All those rib cages and teeth. True. So people can download these. So people can download these if they want them. So Pickles, this model is going to be in the Discord for you to download. I think it should be able to download it from there. If not, if you can't download them from me, just shoot like send me your email and I'll email them to you. Okay? All right. Do I want to raid today? This was a long stream, everybody. Jay Renzella, Skyhook. Yeah, let's just pass today. Can I make a brush cozy? I could. A koozie? Amizu, I need to eat something, so I'll do that next time. But, I'll create a section in the Discord for model suggestions and for model downloads. Okay? We'll create a new section in the Discord. And maybe we'll do this every once in a while, huh? Because I like 3D modeling. I do. I got to a very high level in it. But anywho, this is what a lot of engineers spend their days doing, Shasta. Like I said, every single one, like I've had jobs with less involvement in 3D modeling, and I've had jobs where like pretty much 70% of my time was modeling, and I had a job that was 90% of my time was 3D modeling. It's the only way to kind of like do things right, but a lot of people don't have, I'd say, what's the right word? There is a lot of standards that you need to follow when doing like engineering drawings properly and correct, and you kind of only get those through experience with machinists and stuff. So I thankfully got that experience, and it's interesting. So, well, anyways, if you guys want stuff to 3D print, put it up in the new section of the Discord I'm going to create tonight after I eat. Okay? Anybody who requested models, they'll be in the Discord. And we're going to end it here. Okay? So if you want 3D models, request them in the Discord. Or else. Oh, fuck. With that, we're just going to end the stream. Okay? Alright, everybody. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. And till next time, I got to order that's... Fuck you. You son of a bitch. I gotta order that stuff for my setup, so I don't know if I'm gonna have a painting stream until I have that stuff. So hopefully, if I order it tonight, it can be in by Wednesday. Because I really need that light. The background I could figure out another time, but I need to get that light bulb in here quick. So I'm gonna order that tonight and then go from there. All right, everybody. Till next time, we'll see you soon.